Facebook up and running. Where this is going. Alright, we're live with the tier 15. I'm running my Chaos Storm Mage. I have, my resists are a little bit screwed because I'm not sure I want to stick with this stat in this group. Trying out a new necklace. Has a bit of rarity on it. Alright, start this delirium.
Stupid beast.
Splinters of bone.
Fuck. Going the wrong way in a delirium. It's never a good thing. How long does this freeze last? Damn.
A gift from fate.
Oh, if anyone's chatting right now, I realized I didn't bring up my chat yet, so I'm getting my first run of the day in. Oh. Looks like the double corrupt modifier was -1 level, so stuff's all level 79. Been trying to get tier 16 maps, but I feel like they nerfed the corruption chance of upping item level. It's like never happening. Didn't grab the other lever over there because I was trying not to lose the delirium timer. I'm not going to be able to get to the middle of the delirium.
Ancient fools! I need more mana.
Ow. The thing that hit me was really rough.
Death is my power to wield. Out of mana.
If I ever see my mana go down that fast, it's like, what is hitting me?
Seems risky.
Emerge!
Stay safe. Glad.
Wait, why did the delirium just not go up?
I think not.
Oh. My delirium bugged? Clicking the ritual bug my delirium out?
I think not. Splinters of bone!
What the fuck? I hate this map. I hate this map so much. This auguries sometimes, because there's just like, where's the mob? That sucked, dude. Died to like this lightning effect that was only hitting one spot because there's nowhere else valid to put it.
Speak.
Just walked away. Ugh. Delirium wasn't even counting up.
Go.
Sucks. I was debating not doing that strong box. They're just going with that.
Speak.
Got some precursor tablets.
Go.
Good. For that entire time. I was getting really bad shader lag in there. Just trolling me.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
Alright, I'm gonna just
Yes.
blast this map just to get this map done. Because, fuck this map. They don't get mad at massive shader lag. I'm still getting massive shader lag.
More mana.
The fuck?
Now.
Gotta get Twitch chat out. Why is that on a Twitch chat? I don't know. This map type probably feels great for something like Fireball. Here, you have all these weird angles, and I'm running a minion build, and my minions don't actually do any damage. They're just there to buff me. So, what this map does is of all these tight corridors, you'll have like one enemy get behind you. And now all your minions are just like stuck fighting them, and then they just despawn, because they won't follow you. It's one of the current failures of, Path of Exile 2. Unearth also probably needs another buff. Needs higher base damage, less level scaling. Surprised things are actually hurting me in this as well.
More mana.
Why is everything super freezing me in here too? Freeze build up. And extra cold damage. Okay.
Splinters of bone.
I'll explain it. Get out of this shitty map.
Yes. Indeed.
So he's just spamming E. Oh yeah, the Christmas was fun as hell. This map, I don't like the augury map, so it was kind of a mess. I've never seen a lost tower that's corrupted. Didn't you know they could be? Oh, not done? Back here. I'm testing out a new necklace. Are you running armor or energy shield build right now? Philip Blend? Because it depends.
Another corpse to serve me.
If you're running armor, yeah. Or if you're running my budget build, then yeah, the last ascendancy is kind of no, it's useful. What's your chest look like? Does your chest look like this? Because this is what you need. Yeah. Yep, so that's where you're missing out on that last ascendancy. That's why I go from, even though I go from 1800 HP to 2700 HP. You know? Hold on. I had 1800, 2700. This gets me to 5400 HP. Oh. So you get this for damage. You get this for tank. And everything else is, you know, along the way. Skip Leech. Leech is kind of useless. One of the things you might not know. Gorespike might be bugged. We have no idea. Doesn't show up on character sheet, so it could just not do anything, maybe. Don't know, I haven't tested it. Someone with a bigger, more time on their hands can test it. But yeah, if it doesn't work, then like we're missing out on 25% of our damage. I did want to show you something about picking a good chess piece. Let me pull up this. So this is a standard Hexer's robe at 20% quality, right? When you first find a Hexer's robe, expert Hexer's robe, this is the highest rolling energy shield base in the game, 184, right? If you increase its quality by 20%, it'll affect all modifiers that affect its local energy shield, this here. Now, in terms of enchants, you have, or sorry, explicits. You have prefixes, and you have suffixes. To get the max energy shield, you need a prefix that adds to the base energy shield, one right here, max energy shield. Then you need a one that is increased energy shield as high as it can go. So increased energy shield is one of them here. And between just these two explicits, we're up to 644. Now, for this last one, if we choose Spirit, we're not going to have... Oh, and then we also add 2 sockets with energy shield. So now we're up to 750. We could get Spirit. We don't want max life. We want the final roll to be split between max energy shield and just regular energy shield, or and increased. If you do that, you can get up to 967. 967 is like the highest possible roll. I think you can get corruption to get bonus quality as well. Yeah. But the trick is, once you start stacking this, like if I take off this flat energy shield here and got Spirit instead, only 600. Oh yeah, this one does way more damage. Well, except in this last fucking map. Augury. I hate this map. Like this map type. Just in general, I always hated it, and it's actually really bad in this build. Because all my minions, like I'll be running along, and my minions will get stuck on something like this. And then I'll just despawn.
Now.
Also, the entire time I was getting major shader issues in there. It was just like, oh.
Yes.
Got freaking trolled.
Indeed. Speak. Go.
I'm sad that Val Orbs are expensive now. So I got an idea, right? I want to try on my map grabbing everything that isn't a boss. Oh, I thought that was a question, Iceberg. I read that as a statement. Well, yeah, this build is... My armor build was a budget build, right? It was not meant for super, you know, when you have 10 Divine Orbs. So this build does more damage. And I just remembered I need to respec something. Hold on, I need to go respec.
What is it?
So I'm trying out this necklace, right? And the reason I'm trying it out is because rarity is really strong in this game. It has damage taken recouped as mana.
Must keep
And this one had no rarity on it. I'm losing some projectile skill, I'm losing some maximum mana, and I'm losing resistances. So I do need to fix my resistances, right? But as it is, this is a more tanky thing. I just need to, you know, put more... But there's a reason I haven't socketed this gear. So everything is hurting me way more than it should. Like last time. That makes sense now. I only had 44 resist to cold while wearing this. Rather than like 60. That's probably why I was getting wrecked. Alright. I lost a little bit of cast speed. And that little bit is really the difference between me feeling comfortable and not. So I think I'm gonna have to do this. Maybe this. Let me see what I can remove.
another strength.
Yes.
Probably have to remove these 4. Yeah, these are my flex spots here. What? That's... This interface sometimes fucks me up. Like, how many flippable points do I have versus not?
Time to
Greetings. Go on.
I'm gonna have to refund this. Which lets me get 1 here, but not 1 overall. So it says I have 1. I can't assign it. But I have 1 if I didn't have this point assigned. I think that's what it is. I need 1 more. Refund that.
must keep
What is it?
Now I have 1 here that I can spend or not. Yeah. So this should be all red. Not. Philip Lynn, that's called stun. So some enemies will stun you.
calculating.
You just get hit. when I was my budget armor build, that never happened because I never took enough damage in one hit. Stun is a function of how much damage you take, and if you don't get some form of stun buildup reduction, like look, energy shield grants stun buff threshold, you'll just get stunned. Now, I don't run a lot of energy shield because I'm running a mind over matter build. So I was like, how do I get stun proof? And I was running a stun charm, you know, chance to not get stunned. But I found that if you just run unbreakable, it's not the most optimal damage thing, but it's pretty good. If you run unbreakable, you just stop getting stunned. Nice. You know, I could have run Arcane Tempo instead of this. Yeah, I'm running EB with Mind Over Matter right now. At the suggestion of my friend Calastia. I don't know if it's the best thing overall for tank. I think eventually I might just be straight energy shield. But this is what I had available to me. And I don't really know how to balance energy shield late game, because I haven't done it before. Yep. Let me get some minions up. My damage going. No, I actually have damage. Cast my fucking spell. Yeah, you can't run energy shield. You can't run CI as a blood mage. It's not possible. You literally will only be able to basic attack with a weapon if you do that. Oh yeah, we also don't want to convert our health to energy shield because then we can't... Well, we can use Grim Feast to overflow. What we want to do is overflow our health. So losing health means we also lose the ability to overflow.
Another corpse to serve me.
We could do that. Depends on the strength of Grim Feast versus and honestly, for a lot of people who are just speccing like hard into levels of Bonestorm, might not be the worst idea. But not having this resist is kind of wrecking me. I think I'm playing pretty badly right now, to be honest. We've had family in town, and my normal screaming schedule is like 4 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Splinters of bone.
And so I've been sleeping like 2-3 hours a night, and I wanted to sleep longer. My body was like, hey, this is the time you're supposed to be up and streaming and shit. So I slept like 3 hours, and then I'm up, and I'm like, fuck, I sleep. It's impossible to sleep with a 3-year-old going around banging on everything. Picking up blocks, dropping them. Punk. I think this section of the map I'm actually really not gonna like, because it puts the map type based off the zone you're in, right? It's not just random.
Give my power to
So in going through this area, I'm gonna be fighting all these like tight corridors, super annoying maps. Which is one of the harder things with this build right now. I think if I could make these mobs do actual damage, just like a little bit, it wouldn't be so bad. And actually, just dropped my Bonestorm cost quite a bit. I might be able to afford a more expensive unearth. Look how slow they do damage. This is a white mob. They need to do, like, over 10 times that, and I can currently see a way to comfortably get them to do, like,
Path of heresy.
6. Make Unearth functional. It needs persistence. It needs... I'm gonna try this again, just because I'm gonna be fighting in a lot of these tight canyons.
Go on.
I wish Contagion wasn't so bad of an ability. Like, it's awful. Alright, what if I went straight damage? So, if I don't have persistence, their lifetime drops to 33 seconds. And that's a problem on bosses. Persistence on bosses is, like, the whole reason I need to run it. But I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try specking into their damage a little bit. Again, I think do you have something I want to do? Could I get crit? Crit, crit, crit? I think so. I haven't tried Vert without these in a while. I think if I fix my resistances, it'll be fine. Alright, so if I do that...
Okay.
Yes.
I... all this out.
can I
Go on.
If I go here, right, with my regular points, frees up 8 here. So like, so this node is weird. This chaos damage node, it sounds great. Doesn't do anything with brutality.
time to change?
Go on.
How
Okay.
can I perfect myself?
What I saw that kind of worked. How much are these freaking orbs?
Hello.
How much are these lesser? Are these like stupid, like 700 exalts? That's actually really reasonable. I thought this was going to be way higher. Okay. I got 4 now. Okay, those were only 34 exalts? I thought they're going to be like divines. Huh. Alright, so chaos. Keep the change? What do you mean? Okay, so how much are these? Are these like multiple divines for the 5 link ones, probably? 212? 3 divine. These are only 3 divines? Okay. That's doable. Alright, so how much damage do these do now? These need martial tempo.
Speak.
I think I do. that. Of internet accuracy rating. And then I go find martial tempo.
How can I perfect myself?
And I refund.
Now a strategy.
What? Alright. Now these say their basic attacks are only 1657? What? Huh. Done? I think this was done, right? Sure.
Splinters of bone.
Were you quoting Duke Nukem there? Or Die Hard? Oh.
None can oppose me.
This is another map where Unearth just can't work
Splinters
because,
of bone.
well, they despawn if they're too far away from you. Unearth should just never despawn. The correct answer. That was really fast. Appreciate that. Alright, so hear me out, right? This can see all of these points, right? If I take this point and just do it, and this point, 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 right? I can just take every point that isn't irradiated off the map, so it only irradiates all of the boss maps.
What is it? Go.
I'm just gonna quickly try to slam some of these, like, crappier maps. Nice, Shoshana. Was it anything you considered with what we were doing? Nice. Was it mentioning anything that we worked on, or I worked on, or was it just, you know, completely devoid? Curiosity. Hey, they're doing something.
Another corpse to serve me.
Mm-hmm.
Rise!
Nice! You see that? They actually did something to that mob. Hey, they're working. I made my unearthed mobs do something. They will clear white mobs, which means they get stuck on things less. Took four rifts before they're... So still, they're still not good. But they're getting stuck less. Dude, these things actually might... do something. Actually kind of crazy. Alright, map is complete. I'm out.
Go
Am I more Minion based? Not really. Still using this thing. But you know what's silly? You could use a scepter with +5 minion skills to summon unearth minions, and then have a different scepter with no minion skills on it. Just to profit from it. So you might be able to get like a super sick full damage scepter. No. My minions were just here for this. Oh yeah, I am doing that. But if I were to actually try to buff unearth minions, right? Because you can get a scepter. I got a spam message from some gold seller. I was like, what the fuck is this? I looked at the site on incognito because I was like, is this crap? And I was like, oh, gold seller. So I reported them. That's what that was. Alright, so this was... Where is this? If I clear this, if I go by scepter and pick like allies in your presence get additional like lightning damage or something, like 50 or something. Go. 40? Oh, it's like it's all max because it's lightning. Right, so if I had a bunch of things like this, with like super high rolls on like physical damage, lightning damage, and that. Exactly. So if I had all of that and critical hit chance, but no minion skills because I don't need minion skills, so literally just stacked. Probably with discipline to keep them alive, although they don't. They're once they get high enough levels, they stop dying. Darkness, just squeezing a little bit more out of damage at Unearth. They get stuck. They'll get stuck on like terrain and shit. And I was like, okay, what if or not terrain, they'll get stuck fighting like one mob in the back line. I was like, okay, what if I just give them enough damage to kill like a mob? Right? What happens then? I don't think it's worth doing, but eh. Also, if I look at Unearth's damage, their basic attack damage is like 2k.
Feast on flesh.
gonna go down once they despawn. Can't really afford to do much in terms of minion damage besides this, right? And I don't know if that's enough to actually matter. Get their accuracy up. Some damage here. I could get jewels that buff them more. Just been trying to make them Laya. But like, get them a bunch of crit chance so that they end up with 40, 20, 20, 20. They have 100% more crit chance. And then, so they get 5% base crit. Give them 10% with critical weakness. And 15% grace crit now. And then give them a little bit of crit damage. They get to like, they're currently up to 30% crit. You can get more jewels with minion crit chance. You get them to like 45% crit chance. And currently I'm converting all of their damage to chaos because they don't do enough physical damage to break armor. And I could break armor myself. But if I'm doing that, it's not good for other reasons. I also tried Necrotic Talisman with this item, and it doesn't work. I was really sad. I'm gonna try it one more time, just to like double check. Real quick. Oh, that's a respec. Yeah, respec.
What is it?
Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. And it's really easy to test. Damn, that's so sad, dude. I'm gonna bug report this. This would make Unearth so much better. Hear me out. Yeah, but specifically Necrotic Talisman. You could have your minions benefit from your unearthed minions and your zombies benefit from your thing. And then swap over. That's so sad, dude. Choir didn't work with this when I tested it. Yeah, but like imagine if it did. Right? I could run a necklace that had stats from me and my minions. And then swap them. I think it's to prevent some stuff with like being able to toggle on like mind over matter would be really crazy. Being able to toggle off and on conduit would be weird. Being able to toggle off and on resonance would be weird. Yeah. Damn. Damn.
How can I
Yes.
Let's make sure I wasn't tripping. And double check to make sure choir isn't working, because last I checked.
feast on flesh?
Speak.
Time to change.
How much strength do I suddenly need? Why
Plans.
is my strength so fucked?
Speak.
What did I do? I don't understand. Oh, this had some strength on it, but okay.
How can I perform?
Alright, let's go in here. So, I'm proccing Choir of the Storm there. Any target Choir of the Storm procs? Nope, but you'll see I'm proccing it a bunch. Yep. So no Choir of the Storm plus minions. Again, one cast. Oh. Yeah, because if you could just give them a flat damage from an amulet, that would be insane. Like, I have so many of them, but they don't do any base damage, so they just kind of eh. Alright.
Go on.
Do you lose your magic find on the necklace? Ah, do you have Necrotic Talisman? Fuck, I have to test that again.
Another strategy.
I have 40% magic find. Now I have 10. So if you have Magic Find and you have minions, does that fuck you up?
Go on.
No one uses Necrotic Talisman? Yeah. Because you can get +2 minion skills on a neck, so like... Why would you use this when you can have +2 minion skills on a neck? Look at some stuff. Oh, I haven't been running elemental resist and I haven't been dying. I realize they have been. So running minions without pain offering is like shooting yourself in the foot as well. It's like 70% damage loss. But that's not why I'm running minions. Another thing I need to test. Weapon set 1. I have not done this in a while. I could get armor break here. Would buff their damage quite a bit. If I wasn't running the chaos stuff. If I wasn't super sleepy, one thing I want to test would be no Adziri's Disdain. A regular helmet up here or something. One with minion skills. Damage taken by your energy shield already stuns you, and I have no stun notes. Even had Adziri's with +1 minions? Dang. But if I wasn't running Adziri's, right? I actually free up Grim Feast as well. Only 20 Exalted? Crazy. Probably because people get it when they're looking for something like the 2 sockets. They're like looking for this. And if I wasn't running Adziri's, I could solve my energy, I could get more other stats. And you don't even know. One of the ways I'm solving stun, unbreakable. This is really good. I want to look at
Feast
other
on flesh.
unique helms for a little bit. What can I even build? Right. Delete this. Probably nothing in price. Cannot have energy shield. Okay, so none of these are particularly amazing. This one allocates Eldritch Battery, which would save me 1 point. Ooh. Let's just look at a good energy shield hand. Do you want a little of everything? Hey, 100 spirit. I could run so many more clerics with this. What am I gonna do with that? 118 decks. I'll look around because I haven't seen. This is an interesting thing for a Blood Mage in theory. In theory. Could just run Onslaught. Zoom, zoom. What's that? Doesn't say more skill speed though. Increased experience game is pretty funny. And it has magic find. You can also get critical hit chance on a helm, and I think that could be worthwhile. Like, just look at this home. I think this is more tanky than Adziri's. You just take 30% less damage from most things. Oh, it's alternating every 5 seconds. Okay, that's not as good. Critical hits poison the enemy. For a detonate dead build. There you go. Your detonate dead's now always poison. Hilarious. Can be modified while corrupted. Okay. The blood magic is everything goes to blood. Stack Val spam, like basically keep hitting it with Val Orbs until you get the thing you want. That's pretty funny. Just you overstack resistances somewhere else, you get 15% physical damage reduction. Heck, this is just a good item. You know, people were saying that armor is broken. This is busted. This item just converts physical damage to not. Like, warriors should just wear this because of how bad armor is. This is pretty funny for some builds. Be able to do what you want. Equipment. This equipment and skill gems, does this apply to weapons? Or are weapons somehow not equipment? Because there's that thing that lets you dual wield, or, you know, one hand, two-handed weapons. You can get like 6 different corrupts. Okay, that's crazy. Hmm. Turn anyone into a Gemling Legionnaire. I think I've gone through all of these. I just need to pick a good energy shield helmet. For the suffixes, you can go. Okay, so you can get rarity as a prefix and a suffix. So, like, someone was pointing out that rarity is, like, stupid strong right now. Like, it scales 1 to 1. Like, not having rarity is shit. Like, yeah, exactly. So I could just get a shitty rarity helm and just have a better life from the trade site. Like, I think I can survive. I can accept the tank loss. Right? If I just get a helmet. Can you get spirit on a helmet? No. But max roll. Oh, okay, I was looking at something wrong. You can't get spirit on a helmet. Do. So I could just go like rarity. Nice. Look, my little brother was saying that with Sun Threshold. Like something like this. Yeah, let's not worry about minion skills, right? Let's just look for like 50 rarity. And like max life. And mana. 80. I could just slam this on. Maybe do like 40, 40. Let's see this real quick. Look at this. Just to see if I can get something interesting. Rarity, basically. My magic find is horrible, so I'm getting like half the drops. I might be able to just up that, and I might be tanky enough. It has 10% rarity. This thing I just got. It can get up to 20% rarity, right? This is 48. And I want to see. Oh, and now I have my lightning resist solved. Okay. If I don't need this. It also frees up Grim Feast. This is 38 rarity. This necklace that I just put on is 30 rarity. So I now have I think $78 plus this. I have some rarity now. And this has no resist on it. So that's kind of nice. Can slam cold resist here and here. It'll get me resist capped. Or I can slam chaos resist in one of them. Like cold chaos or something. And it had some int on it, which is nice too. So I gotta see if I can take... Now I can take some points out of energy shield.
Go on.
I have a couple points here in energy shield and a couple points here in energy shield. This saves me some points. And I might be able to unallocate this if I play around with some other stuff, but... Now I have 12 points. They're completely unallocated.
Time to change plan.
I could.
What is it?
I only have 1200 shield though. Which would be the same. Have a lot less mana.
Keep calculating.
This would double with these. So I'd go back to 3k and then be able to put whatever in it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and I could get this back up to 3k. And then Grim Feast it for 6k. Probably better. Don't know my current mana situation. Dude, fuck. Fuck on Earth, dude. That's the answer. Now the question is... Do I keep mind over matter? Even. With my current build, yeah. Change up a bunch of other things. So the main value of Eldritch Battery for me is that I can benefit from, or the main value of not taking Eldritch Battery is that this will recharge and Grim Feast will stack it. Right? There's something else to consider. There's something else to consider. I forgot where, is it on gems or is it on jewelry? There's other ways of damage is taken from mana before life. Let me go look at the site. Let's see how high you can get that. On jewels. You can get 4% per jewel on blues. I have 7 jewel sockets. So in theory, I could get 28 from this. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, right? I'm just saying I currently have 28% as an option from Jules. And the thing is, if you get 28% there, and you get every other damage taken from mana, there's a damage taken from mana here. I'm not far. I mean, I'm a little bit far, but 4, 4, 8. This is 16. 20, 24. 34. Plus 28. You can get 62. Oh, I know it's a lot of points, but hear me out. You can get 62%, right? I would have to change a lot of stuff here. Maybe. But if you had 62% damage taken from mana, and you didn't run Mind Over... One of the major problems with Mind Over Matter is it reduces your mana recovery rate by 50%. So if you were running that without Mind Over Matter, you would double the effect of damage recoup. And currently, I have 100% damage recoup as mana. I know I'm going to still be taking health damage. Right. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, this is actually pretty good. This cluster is pretty good. This one, yeah. But, like, I could... This node here is pretty good. This is almost as good, and it increases your intelligence. So it's... You just have to get it elsewhere. Well, I'm not going to go yes. So you don't even know I hear what you're saying. That's also why Blood Mage just is good. Yeah, getting one shot is rough. Correct. I think you're right. My total health pool for maximum effect would be like 6k. This is usually overflowed, right? So my actual, when I was doing the helmet strat with Grim Feast, my top end health was 10k. 10.4. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If I had a better chest, I could get like 200 more shield here. I'm running this for recoup. No health. No health. Not much health. But I do feel like I was fairly tanky. And are you saying 4k HP before overflow, Nishchana? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah. I think ES is the easiest thing to do, by the way. Like, ES scaling is just crazy in this game. Hey, John Johnson. I think you can get ES nodes here on these too. I feel pretty tanky though with the build I was doing, so I mean, I don't have. Okay, hear me out. I hear what you're saying. I can do tier 15s right now like this. I could just do tier 15s. Well, ring. Bonestorm needs this. This is amazing for Bonestorm. So it's ring. But like, I need to start farming money now faster than I'm farming currently. And I can survive tier 16s with this. I don't even need this home. Boss fights might be a different story. Like harder boss fights. So I'm currently looking into other things like that. Like, this could survive. I was running around like this with these resists, right? Like, and I was living. Well, I had more cold, or a little bit more resist. I was wearing a different necklace that had 18 all resist, right? So the point is I'm probably tanky enough. So yeah, because you just not have Eldritch Battery. I might not need Eldritch Battery, right? Just put Grim Feast. I want to look into something real quick though. Like I'm trying to look at if I wasn't putting points in Energy Shield, what could I do? So and when I saw all these points, I went, wait a second. If I had like I'm right near these points for increased recoup. Bosses are not very scary to me, to be honest. Like, I haven't fought super high level bosses. This is very true. But I do think it would be kind of funny with this increased recoup effects. I really want to try, since I have 100% recoup is mana, right? Right now. I do wanna try it without mind over matter. I'll probably just die on the floor. But I kind of want to grab this node. Just to see what the fuck happens. How much armor do you have, John Johnson? I cleared tier 16s in my budget gear day 1 of being in the campaign. Yeah. How much health do you have when you're overflowed, John Johnson? Okay. Yeah. Are you using the armor conversion item on your to convert armor to blocking spells? And do you have crit damage reduction from this node? Oh, wait. Do you have armor and this node? You can't run an armor build without Blade Catcher. Not possible. Mandatory. Okay. I found very few things could one-shot me when I was running those two nodes and like 9k armor. I did have 6% damage reduction on armor. And I usually wouldn't get hit. Like more than once in a while, and I was able to like if I got a big hit like every 6 seconds, I was fine. I also had 75% block, so that like a lot of the chip damage wasn't affecting me.
What is it?
This is 10% more damage for those 4 runes. Probably not worth. And I would want these recoup. I'd have to do a couple other small edits. Anywhere else I can get duration? Yeah, right here. Okay, so I could take these points out. That would save me. Okay, so that's what I have to do. But don't come over here to these, because that's 2 points saved. And instead I get the same amount of value here. So this node gets replaced by this node. It's actually slightly better. This is 55% crit. This is 80% crit. And it's the same 2 here. That's a 4-point node. This is a 4-point node with no travel. Oh, the travel is paid for here. Oh yeah, that's another thing, Nishchana. If Grim Feast Overflow gets nerfed, a lot of this Grim Feast stuff gets nerfed. Dude, this is disgusting. I kind of want to do it. Sorry I'm not reading chat. My little very sleepy 3-hour brain. 3 hours of sleep brain. No more red points I can put in here. I have 2 more green. Okay. I don't think I can afford this conversion right now. This would work. I'm almost 100% certain. It would be ungodly expensive. Because damage taken from mana is a divine orb. Just starting. I would have 9 jewel sockets. So if you are swimming with divines, and each dual socket node is like, you could get 4% damage taken, whatever. But then you also get effectively up to 3 more passive nodes from a dual socket. So that's like 27 nodes. So even though I'm missing a couple things, you could just solve that with dual sockets. I don't think I'd need this regen node. Like I'd be wanting to remove mono regen from my build. Do this. So like I could skip this entire middle part maybe. I don't need these energy shield nodes here. I don't need this mono regen, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Could save 3 points here. Completely exit the entire tree. Give me 3 more points to put into something. I could get increased effective withered. This is 40% increased effective withered. %40 extra withered is 20% actual more chaos damage. You go from 50 to... Why am I sucking at math? You go from 50 to 70% increase, so it's less than that. The 13% damage increase, it's not that crazy. Girl. Average crit damage node is a 3.5. Not actually that great, because crit damage applies to everything. No, Nishana, there's the 50% mana recovery rate is what makes it different. The only way this would make sense is if you had perfect jewels. I can't run this right now. There are not enough divines to run this. I'm not trying to figure that out right now. I'm sitting here thinking about it. Like, I'm looking to see if there's anything weird I get along the way. Like this node here, right? This node here is better than this node here. These nodes here are better than these nodes here. This node here, better than this node here. This Chaos Wheel. This is 13% more damage for these withered nodes. to the chaos damage I'm doing, right? Which is, the larger percentage of my damage. I could run Blasphemy with this as well. Well, this is not that. This is a 6% damage increase for me. I'm already getting over 100 extra chaos damage. This is 11% more, so it's like 6% increased chaos damage. It's only, like 5% actual damage increase. It would actually, even though... So... Like... Yeah, if this could roll on wands, we said. If life recharge could overflow our life, we'd be so set. That's all I'm saying. There is a way to get leech to overflow, but it's currently that item is... Well, the item might be fixed by now, but it's not worth using on a blood mage. Most likely. How much did you make from that headhunter, Calastia? 26 divs? Hell yeah. We don't necessarily need Arcane Surge with this build either, with this version. Nice, Calastia. $14. Is it only jewels? Gotta be, right? Yeah, it's only jewels. It's the fact that I've gotten like 2-3 hours of sleep a night because my schedule is on this like, yeah, I've been streaming all night, right? And then I've had family parties over and like family in town, and my sleep schedule is just refusing to just randomly quickly adapt, so I'm waking up at 5 in the morning regardless, 4 in the morning. Even if I go to bed at like midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So it's like I got 2 hours of sleep and then 3 hours of sleep 2 nights in a row. So it's just like, I'm tired. Party was crazy yesterday. We had like, I was probably talking loud too, so there is that. Like 25 people over. It was a small Christmas party for us, but you know, 25 people is pretty good. When I was a kid, we'd have like 40. So, you know, smaller. Our Thanksgivings were ridiculous. I'll do that for you, Calastia. But Calastia, I have a really silly idea. I'm not saying it would work, but it's interesting. And I want to run it by you, and I think you're going to hate it. Right? But you know how mind over matter reduces your mana recovery rate by 50%? Which you can get some of it back with Arcane Blossom. Well, if you didn't have mind over matter, you can get over 100% mana recovery. Well over. It was like 120% damage taken recouped as mana. And then jewel sockets can get it costs a divine orb each, so not anytime soon. But you can get jewel sockets that say damage taken from mana before life. And this potential build has 9 of them, while also picking up 32 from that. So you can get 68% damage taken from mana first, which recoups ridiculously quick. No, I'm not going to run this build anytime soon. And the thing about hanging around on the outsides is we still get some really good, like, a couple good nodes and a couple nodes. We get this crit node, which is better than this crit node here, and is the same cost as us spending 2 points coming this direction. And I would be using this with something besides Edzir's. This was like maybe if after Grim Feast is nerfed or something. And each passive node, okay, sure it has 4% damage, but each one of these is basically a skill point. Like this can roll up to 15% crit. If we just average and say 10, and increased effective withered. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. So that 14% is the same as like 1.5 of these. So like, let's just look at this, right? Let's say I had a 4%, 10%, 10%. I just had 4 of these, or 9 of these, this specific thing, which is not going to happen anytime even remotely soon. But if I had 9 of these, I could increase the effect of Withered Just say at 90%. Like, not even shoot for the moon. By 90%. And then because I'm already over here, I could also grab this for another 50%. So I could get... I know, hon, I know. And use Fireball. I don't want to use my Fireball. I want to use Bonestorm. Question about recoup effects, right? If I had a bunch of life recoup and mana recoup, right? If you have, in theory, like 100% damage recoup from mana and 100% life recoup, right? That means for every point of damage you take, you recoup twice the effect. Obviously, you can still be one shot. Like I'm avoiding that question right now. But you'd recoup twice as much health as you're taking. And specifically this node makes it so that you increase recoup speed by 25%, meaning you would recoup if you had the damage split between health and mana by 50%. So, like, you know, as a buffer. You would recoup your entire damage taken in 3 seconds. So if you did not die in 3 seconds, not only would you recoup all of the damage, you would then continue recouping past that. So any further damage, like let's say you took that damage again, you would then recoup in 1.5 seconds. So Calastia, it's 3 because this is a hypothetical. You're not actually going to reach these numbers for both life and mana recovery, right? But if you're recouping 100% of damage as mana and 100% damage as life, you're doubling that, right? So that would be 4 seconds to recoup the damage, assuming you have like 50% damage taken as mana. Well, okay. Yeah, this would take it. So we have 200% recoup. Because 100% mana / life. Life. So we might be talking out of phase because of the thing. Alright? So rather than 8 seconds, it's 4. 4. 4. If you have 50% damage taken from mana. So in 4 seconds, you recoup all of it. With this, theoretically. I think in practice, you're going to have like 100 and like 50. Or 140. Whatever. I'm not going to go deal with that right now. Alright? And then you grab that other thing here. And now you do it in 3 seconds. And 4 to 3. Uh-huh. So it doesn't specify life damage taken or mana damage taken. It just says damage taken. Yeah. Alright, I think we're on the same page. Yeah, yeah. So with in 3 seconds though, you will regen effectively all of the damage that you took though. In 3 seconds you if you take additional damage while recouping, does it stack? Like like if you take 100 damage then take another 100 damage? Like let's say you took 2 simultaneous 100 hits. Okay. Yeah, so does this stack if you get hit multiple times? That's what I assumed is how it worked. If it doesn't stack, it's less good. I don't see anything that states that this stacks or doesn't stack. I wouldn't be surprised if it's only one hit. But there's nothing in the recoup here that changes it. So I assume it's like leech and it stacks. Sure. A quick BRB while you get this. Check one thing on my analytics real quick. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back now, Calastia. I went up and got some breakfast. My mom made a brisket. Didn't come out as good because it was a little cooked over temperature. And why it will melt. Might have to. I don't know how to like permit you for posting links. To do that on Twitch. Like without making you a mod. Okay. Oh, you can just post and it's fine. Alright. No issue there.
Myself. The build is cheap, the build is durable, it's not immortal, but you can get things done on a budget, and at the start of a new league or a new game, that's not a bad thing, especially with how expensive the Archmage builds are. So keep that in mind. If you're picking this build and you're going to play, get some currency, get some gear, and then either scale this build higher or take it up to a Stormweaver and see what you can do over there. Thanks for watching this video. If you do play this build, good luck. I hope you enjoy.
So this is what the person was doing?
And see what you can
Just
do over there.
fully standing.
Thanks for watching this video. If you do play this build, good luck.
Okay. And the 200% health recoup specifically, or actually no, there's mana recoup in there too.
And you can evidently see that I'm not too happy with this build currently, but it's cheap, okay? I'm being really negative, but it's just like a personal habit of mine. I'm really critical of myself. The build is cheap, the build is durable, it's not immortal, but you can get things done on a budget, and at the start of a new league or a new game, that's not a bad thing, especially with how expensive the Archmage builds are. So keep that in mind. If you're picking this build and you're going to play, get some currency, get some gear, and then either scale this build higher or
Okay, like earlier in the video.
can get through all of the mapping cogs for all in the ring for get, and I feel like these problems wouldn't be a thing if I just picked the big damage ascendancy. For me, I have a bit of like a guilty conscience. My purpose isn't to bait people, it's to talk about my journey and give examples of what worked for me. I managed to get up to pretty nice, because if you're out of mana,
Yeah, and then fire you get reduced. Yeah. And they're using a shield in this thing right here too. Manage damage. Mm-hmm. And they only have like 2.2 life, 2. Whatever. I'm already 8. It was just like a couple scraps of meat.
In Path of Exile, defenses. Whether you're a seasoned veteran or just starting out, this guide's going to have something for you. The key to defenses is layering them, so that the strength of one layer covers for the weaknesses of another.
Is this too loud or
And
too
to do
quiet?
that, you need to understand the defenses in Path of Exile, plus their innate synergies. The easiest way to do this is by using 3 broad categories: avoidance, mitigation, and recovery. Now it's important to note that in-game defenses refer to armor, evasion, energy shield, and ward, but players use the term more broadly to encapsulate anything that helps you stay alive. Avoidance is all about preventing hits or preventing damage. This can include evasion, block chance, or chance to avoid damage from hits. But you're going to take damage from a hit eventually, and that's where mitigation comes in, because mitigation is all about reducing the damage you take when you do get hit or are afflicted by damage over time effect. This includes things like armor, elemental resistances, and physical damage reduction. The key is to use mitigation in combination with other defenses to make sure you're not vulnerable to any particular type of damage. And finally, there's recovery.
You want it 100%? Okay.
No matter how good your defenses are, you're going to take damage eventually. And that's where recovery comes in. Things like life regeneration, leech, or life gain on hit can help bring your health up quickly so you don't die to the next instance of damage. Therefore, to make a great build in Path of Exile, you need solid, well-layered defenses, by combining avoidance, mitigation, and recovery in a way that covers for each other layer's weakness. You'll have a build that feels invulnerable in no time. And if you like learning about the mechanics in Path of Exile, or need to know how to make your build, then do be sure to get subscribed, because this won't be the only Path of Learning episode, and if you're not subbed, you might miss future uploads. But for now, let's get into layering defenses in Path of Exile. Of course, by layering your defenses, you can end up with a health pool that is effectively infinite, at least if the hit size is small enough. This is obviously going to vary, because defenses aren't completely universal. And again, the different types of defenses work in different ways. Avoidance is all about not getting hit, and unfortunately, most types of avoidance are capped below 100% to prevent you from becoming immune to damage. So there's usually an element of randomness here. If you have a 75% chance to avoid a hit, say by blocking it, 75% of the time you take 0 damage, and 25% of the time you take the full damage, at least if you have no other defensive layers. Therefore, evasion can be thought of as the first or outermost defensive technique. Then after avoidance, we have mitigation. Mitigation is what you need when you do get hit and are going to take damage. A really good example of mitigation is armor. This is very popular across many builds, because armor mitigates physical hit damage. When combined with the Molten Shell Guard skill, it can also mitigate all other types of hit damage. As you may have guessed, mitigation usually protects against something fairly specific, so you'll need either different types of mitigation or different defensive layers to be truly well-rounded. Mitigation is particularly important for protecting against critical strikes or bosses. Next up, we have recovery. You're probably most familiar with recovery from the Humble Life Flask, something that you should be familiar with from early in your Path of Exile journey. Recovery is what keeps you from dying as damage accumulates across multiple instances. So now that I've talked about the different defensive layers and what they are, I'm going to get into each and go into some of the specific mechanics which you can utilize. The first of which is evasion, one of the actual defensive stats from PoE. Evasion gives you up to a 95% chance to evade an attack hit. This is good for protecting against attacks, it protects against hits, and it uses an entropy system, meaning you are unlikely to take 2 hits consecutively, but you are almost guaranteed to take a hit eventually. At least within a 6-second window, assuming that you're getting hit often enough. RNG is RNG after all, but since it's capped at 95%, you should still be taking 1 hit in 20. A great example of scaling evasion is via the Grace Aura. Then we have Block, which is one of my personal favorites. Block is extremely versatile, because with something like Glancing Blows, it functions more like mitigation, and with the Aegis Aurora Shield, it functions more like recovery, while also having all of the avoidance benefits mentioned previously, at least in the case of Aegis Aurora. You are still hit when you block, but you suffer no ill effects from the hit, at least unless you're taking Glancing Blows. But more about that in a little bit. Then we have a chance to avoid damage from hits. In this case, the enemy hits you, but you take no damage. Chance to avoid damage from hits is most commonly found through Elusive, and unfortunately is unreliable as a result.
I don't think this isn't a thing in the game currently, in PoE 2.
Already strong defense. Now, Spell Dodge is an interesting one. It's exclusive to the Acrobatics Keystone, and it makes a different defensive layer in many ways worse. Normally, Spell Suppression is mitigation, and 100% reliable. Now,
this is kind of also wrong information for PoE 2.
No damage from a spell hit. Personally, I don't think that trade-off's worth it, but there might be niche situations where it is worth considering.
This
Then,
works for
ailment
slams.
avoidance. Elemental ailment avoidance is incredibly important. Shock can absolutely ruin your day by causing you to take 50% more damage. Ignite will degenerate you and burn through your health in seconds. If you're frozen, you can't move, act, or fight back. So mitigating elemental ailments is very important, and this is done through a variety of ways. Things like Eldritch Implicits and the Aura Purity of Elements excel at dealing with ailments, though that's far from an exhaustive list. Now, for some reason you aren't able to avoid an ailment, you could reduce the effect or the duration.
In this
Reducing
case,
the effect
magnitude.
means it won't negatively impact you. You'll still be shocked,
And
but the
reduce
shock
magnitude.
won't cause you to take increased damage. And if you
And then reduce
the
duration.
shock might be applied for a split second, say by the hit that inflicts it, and then do nothing at all. It should be noted for non-damaging ailments, reducing the duration generally isn't a good idea, but for something like Ignite it can be highly effective. Next up, we have mitigation. Things that you do after you've been hit and are at the stage of taking damage. First up, like I mentioned before, we have armor. This works against physical hits, it will not protect against damage over time like bleed, and normally it won't protect against elemental damage either.
It does protect against bleed, because the initial hit is what, in PoE2, is what causes bleed.
A common source of armor is the Determination Aura.
If you reduce that damage,
Now, when I
you
said
reduce the
it
bleed.
won't protect against damage over time, what I meant is it won't protect against damage over time by default. The Transcendence Keystone, available from Timeless Jewels, do in fact allow you to use armor to protect against ele damage. This stacks with your resistances, but comes with a major downside, losing max res.
So, yeah, once you reduce the magnitude, the dot is just based off the magnitude. Yeah, it doesn't double dip, but it single dips. So it does, in fact, do it. It just doesn't double dip it, because that would just be dumb. Their strategy makes sense. The hit is purely derived off of... or the bleed is purely derived by the final damage of the hit. Yeah, so... if you have your armor crushed, then the hit is hitting you harder, which means the bleed is also hitting you harder. So... it's still deriving it the same way. You're just taking more damage in the first place. So, armor is just bad for other reasons. Kurt pointed out a bunch of them.
But you'll still be very vulnerable to fizz damage
Yeah.
if you don't have an alternative.
When you have
source of
overwhelm
physical
and
protection.
the fact that large hits reduce armor more, it's like, what are you doing?
Fit into a build. It means that you have to use some evasion gear and give up a few suffixes, but it is well worth it, especially if you're on the right side of a tree near the ranger or shadow area. Having a 100% chance to suppress spell damage halves the damage you take from spell hits, along with some other additional benefits. On the other hand, resistances are just a core part of Path of Exile. The game's balanced around them, and if you want to know more about resists, I suggest checking out my previous Path of Learning episode where I go over resistances.
Yeah, this is just flat damage reduction.
TLDR is
And you can get extra
75%
max.
fire, cold, and lightning, and as close to 75% chaos as you can get. They protect against these damage types, and the game is balanced around you having that. On the other hand, reduced or less damage taken is usually a nice way to magnify other types of mitigation defenses. Some common examples here include something like Slayer's Brutal Fervor,
Physical damage
which you get from the Occultist,
reduction in
or Elemental Flask,
shields,
which
which
cause you to
apply
take less
for
damage of
before the
specific element
damage?
the flask protects against, so less fire damage for a Ruby Flask. Having these reductions is very important if you want to make a truly tanky character. It should be noted, much like damage multipliers, reduced and less are treated differently. Reduced combines additively, whereas less combines multiplicatively. To use a very simple example, if you have two sources of 50% reduced damage taken, they would combine to 100%, making you immune to damage. Unless, of course, you took 10% increased damage, in which case it would only be 90% total. Whereas, if you have less damage taken, 50 and 50 combine to 0.5 times 0.5, so you'd still take 25% of damage, or have a 75% reduction. Then there's damage shifting, which causes one type of damage to be taken as another. This is a very good way to defend against physical damage and make your armor more effective, because armor's effect is proportional to the intensity of the hit, being more effective against small ones than large ones. If you take half of your physical damage as fire, you can think of this as armor being over twice as effective. It should be noted that shifting is not conversion and works very differently. Once damage has been shifted, it cannot be shifted again, and while shift does not necessarily apply to hits, many instances do state with hits, in which case that will not apply to damage over time effects.
Yep. Yeah, I watched Group's video.
Ward, on the other hand, acts as temporary health, or a shield that blocks a flat amount.
Not entirely. There was actually
All of
two
your
things that
warders
were
can
wrong
shoot
about
back,
his video,
unless you're using something
but
like the
that
Orbs
came
or
more from
Blood
him
Mage.
playing solo
So
self-sound.
it is equally good at protecting against small and large hits. And
He
is
said
very
armor
effective
falls off at
against
tier
multiple
10,
rapid hits.
and it falls off
So
a
while
little bit
playing
later than that,
against bosses,
is basically
it
my
isn't
issue.
something you want to use while mapping. On the other hand, guard skills are another Path of Exile staple. Almost every build
I think he
uses
pointed that
the
out,
most
that if you
common is
convert
Exalted Shell,
before
something that
armor
has
becomes
upgrades
actually
similar to
effective
armor,
again.
something that's quite commonly used. But there are cases where you'll want Steel Skin, Arcane Cloak, or even Immortal Call. Each of these offer a powerful temporary bonus, followed by some downtime. You can often scale the duration with skill effect duration, and you can scale the cooldown with cooldown recovery rate, meaning as you invest into your guard skills, they do become more effective. Now, much like players, enemies can also crit, and enemy crits can be devastating. So to become truly tanky, you want critical strike mitigation. This is often found on the top left side of a tree near the Templar starting area, or as corrupted implicits on chest pieces and shields. In this example, the Aegis Aurora has 25% reduced extra damage taken from critical strikes. At 100%, the enemy will still technically crit you, but they'll do no extra damage, thus rendering the crit negated. Now, much like Ward, Aegis effects act as temporary health, but unlike Ward, they don't break after a single hit. Instead, they have a damage absorption value. This can either be a fixed value in the case of Magna Eclipses, or a scaling value in the case of Elementalist's Bastion of Elements. Because Aegis effects only protect against one damage type, you will need to combine them with other things. However, they can be a great way to add a little bit of extra effective health to your build. Somewhat similar to damage shifting, there's damage taken before life. This is kind of a default effect of Energy Shield. Non-chaos damage is applied to Energy Shield before life, so you could think of this as 100% of damage applied to Energy Shield before life. Another way to do this that's very common is Mind Over Matter. It applies a percent of your damage taken to mana before life. Note the wording there though, mana before life, not mana before Energy Shield. So the order would now be, most damage hits your Energy Shield first, then a portion goes to your life and a portion goes to your mana. Or, chaos damage, a portion goes to your life and a portion goes to your mana. There are, of course, other mechanics for damage taken before life, but in general, you want to recover whatever resource you're shifting the damage over to. And finally, the last form of mitigation is life loss prevention. This is an interesting one because it erases damage from existence, and usually replaces it with a life loss effect. A perfect example of this is the Progenesis Flask that comes from the Maven. When hit during the effect, 25% of life loss from damage taken occurs over 4 seconds instead. This means that if you would have been one-shot, you're instead knocked to low life and inflicted with a somewhat nasty dot. Luckily, if your build has good recovery, you should be able to erase that dot damage entirely, effectively giving you a second life. And in fact, on that theme, this will synergize very well with the Occultist's 9 Lives node that I'll get into in just a little bit. Now we get to our third and final category of defenses, recovery, the thing which brings your health back up after you've taken damage. For example, the Humble Life Flask, something that almost everyone's familiar with, and many people still run in their build. You can of course modify the base recovery to cause it to recover more life over its duration, recover that life faster, or even recover it instantly. Judging by the raw numbers, life flasks aren't the strongest form of recovery. However, they do have one very nice advantage. Life flasks are active recovery. You can use them to react to a situation. Though, if you feel like you're a potato, maybe this is actually a downside and you'll want a more passive method, such as regeneration. With life regeneration, it causes your life to constantly go up at a fixed rate. There's 2 types. Percentile regeneration, which scales off of your max life, and is good for builds that have higher amounts of life, or flat regeneration, such as from a Vitality aura, that's very good for builds with relatively small amounts of life. Since it's passive and permanent, life regeneration is a great way to add recovery to your build that's always going to be there whether you need it or not. But on the other hand, if you're always hitting enemies, you can probably count on Leech. It works in many ways similar to life regen, being scaled by a percentage of your health, but requires you to hit enemies and technically does draw
Yeah.
from a percentage of the damage you deal to them. However, player damage numbers are absolutely absurd relative to player health pools, so in most cases, you'll be at the Leech cap anyway. Now, unfortunately, Leech is one of the most
what's
convoluted and
Leech cap?
complicated
Hold
mechanics
on.
in PoE. Player damage numbers are hit enemies and technically does hit it or not. But on the other hand, if you're always hitting enemies, you can probably count on Leech. It works in many ways similar to life regen, being scaled by a percentage of your health, but requires you to hit enemies and technically does draw from a percentage of the damage you deal to them. However, player damage numbers are absolutely absurd relative to player health pools, so in most cases, you'll be at the Leech cap anyway. Now, unfortunately, Leech is one of the most convoluted and complicated mechanics in PoE, so I suggest reading the article.
So, if this is accurate, you can only leech up to 20% of your health per second. Yeah, and then, does it store the rest of it, or does it throw it out?
For this one, rather than trying to understand it just based on the video. Just know that there's a lot of ways to modify it, and it's only effective if you're able to hit enemies. Usually it's removed when you reach full life, though certain effects...
Okay. Thing. Leech. There's... But if you have Valpact, you can just ignore that. Okay.
such as those great...
So, like, if you have an ability that's leeching in multiple hits, because it's like a multi-projectile attack, like Fireball, each of those hits could get 20% of your life.
by the Slayer Ascendancy can modify that behavior. Recoup, on the other hand, is a passive reactive form of defense, because it reacts to your damage taken, causing you to heal for a percentage of it. Remember how I mentioned before with Progenesis, you can turn a percentage of the damage you take into a dot? What if you also turned that percentage into a heal? That's right, by combining Recoup and something like Progenesis or Petrified Blood, you can in fact cancel out a portion of the damage you take. Now, because Recoup triggers off of you taking damage, you do have to take damage for it to do anything. But that also means the healing will almost always be effective and come when you need it, rather than at a time where you're full life anyway. There are many effects in Path of Exile, which modify life recovery rate. In some cases, this can be an advantage, making it go faster. In other cases, this can be a disadvantage, slowing it down or preventing it entirely by setting the rate to 0. If you don't want to deal with that at all, try gain per enemy hit. A good example of this is claw weapons in Path of Exile that have a gain per hit implicit. So if you have a claw with grants 38 life per enemy hit, every time you hit an enemy, you will get 38 life. If you're hitting 10 enemies or one enemy 10 times, that's 380 life. Life gain on hit is an instant form of recovery, which makes it absolutely amazing. Yes, you do still have to hit stuff, but
Oh, what you're saying about Progenesis
How can I perfect myself?
here, so you when you prevent the damage, you don't take the recoup off of it until you take the dot again. So like you'll effectively only yeah. And then you'll take further damage from grasping wounds. Will you start recouping after you take damage? Oh no, it's life is lost. Life loss isn't damage. Right? No. Life loss is. Life loss is not damage. Right? Yeah, so you can't recoup off of this section in any way. Exactly. Yeah, I think one of the problems with not using Mind Over Matter and trying to do all that is we actually kind of like our life being overflowed and being our last line of defense. And one of the things about this... No, it doesn't work. So, like, staying at max life and using this as a last resort allows us to do more damage with Gore Spike. And if we're in a position where we're having to use recoup on life, it's already a bad time. And if we're not doing 100%... Exactly, yeah, I agree. And that's why I was wondering, like, how far I could push the percentage. Because if only 20% of the damage was hitting our life... Yeah, so my thought was, if we could get a ridiculously high portion, it looks like we can only get to 68%. But if we could get 80%, for example, then we're actually chipping away at our overflow, but still staying overflowed. And maybe something could work. Yeah. I have to retest it as well. I don't know if they've patched it. I doubt it. But my 5? Yeah, this thing. I have not retested it since getting it a while. So it might just randomly work now. Still bug? Go. Yeah, it was the permanent minions that were fucked up. Does it fuck up reservation gems at all? Oof. Rip your dog. Oh, Sam Hung, this item is bugged. You can't use it with minions. It'll break all of your minions and desummon them. I have a bug report video on it. And I put it on the forums. Patch notes. Your Blaster Blood Mage with no minions, you have no issues. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you just stay overflowed all the time. Also, it's over on the left side tree. It's here. Alright, but isn't this regeneration? Or is Leech a form of regeneration? Because that would change a ton of things. I mean, it's like 5 points I could check into. Well, respect this. I just assumed Leech was not regeneration, but recovery, recoup is regeneration. Like when you start recouping, like you can see in that video you sent me. Fuck. No, it was... No, his recovery, never mind. Its total mana recovery per second is not regeneration. Yeah. Like, he's recoup is not regeneration. So I didn't think Leech would be regeneration. You could test it just by going and hitting something and seeing if it came up. Because, there's, you know, life flasks apply over here. So I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work with Zealot's Oath. No, it's not regen. It says specifically total mana recovery per second, 10,000. Total mana recovery from regeneration, 371. So his mana regeneration is not going up. It's only, he's getting this total recovery per second from other sources. Look at health, not mana. Oh. Total life recovery per second, 662. Life recovery per second from other sources, 660. He has no life regeneration. There's no word on regeneration. So he doesn't have any, they don't have any regeneration. So at no point is it saying that their life is regenerating. Like here's them, they're not recouping at all. They have no life regeneration. Here they have life recovery per second, and it's from life recovery per second from other sources. So, and other sources of life recovery is here too. So it shouldn't apply. Unless other sources is counted as regeneration, which I highly doubt. Because it's not applying... It's life recovery, it's not life regeneration. Oh, so Chaos Monk... Yeah, so Chaos Monk can do it, but not us. Mana Leech effects also recover energy shield. So yeah, it's specific to monk. Yeah. So Zealot's Oath wouldn't work with that chest for anyone else. Otherwise, yeah, that chest would be insane. Yeah, I wanted to just look around at what else I could do when I was looking at that like ridiculous thing with 9 jewels. Oh yeah, go ahead. I don't think we can get high enough without Mind Over Matter to to stay overflowed. And I couldn't think of any other mechanic that would really make it worth it. Overflow. Easier to actually search the tree with this because it lights it up better. Nothing with a space. And there's this. One thing named overflowing power. There's no overflow in the tree. Wait, there's a belt? Oh yeah, that. That belt, Soul Tether. Okay, so hear me out. You lose 5% of your energy shield per second, but you should still it doesn't say it's damage. Oh wait. With energy shield, let me read energy shield real quick. Oh no, lose energy shield. This says lose energy shield. Okay, so you would still lose it from that. It would only be a leech thing. Okay, so you wouldn't get recharged during this. Yeah, that's a problem. Give you higher top end while you're active, but it takes more maintenance. I was feeling pretty tanky around having 10k total, like, life energy shield mana. I think maybe if I had 8k overflow life and then also this, would be interesting. The Zealot's Oath is in the passive tree, Tim Hung. By hybrid build, what do you mean by that? Like mind over matter or clarification? No, not necessarily. This just we can overflow our maximum. With Bonestorm, we have overflow and maximum health easily solved, right? Like we don't need this. They're saying with this, I might be able to do some silly things. But then I wouldn't have Gore Spike or I wouldn't have Crimson Power. So yeah, because I'd have to go Leech, and that's
Hey guys, Gaza TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and in this is because I have basically most of my experience almost exclusively in playing the Witch.
I don't think I can watch a 17-minute video without speeding it up.
A little information outside of the Witch, and I'm going to talk about different styles of defenses that I've seen at all. There's a couple of them. They're not really super strong or anything, but they do exist. Now, are they important to pick up? A bit hard to tell, because if I do a life search and I look for the life modifiers, there's a couple of them that exist. For example, up here, you have a node that gets you 3% max life, mana, and energy shield. There's a node called Unbending, which is down here somewhere. No, it's a block node. Here it is. Unbending, 3% maximum life. There's a couple of these small ones. Infernalist Ascendancy have a couple of these as well. So they're pretty strong in general. But most of the cases, or the most part, as you progress through the campaign, as well as early stage of mapping, your defenses are almost exclusively going to come from your gearing. There are some defensive modes on the tree. Mostly this is about energy shield to ramp up that, which is what the higher end budgets are. We'll talk about that in a bit. So when you go through the campaign, essentially what you want to do is two major things, or three rather. You want to make sure that your things. One is obviously just the actual life. You can go through the campaign and have a couple of good life items. Your resistances kind of early on if you can, but in most cases in PoE2, a long while later, we're in a position to help navigate and guide your way through the resistance jungle to cap those. Fine, just focus on capping your elemental res and get life in your pieces. Very, very specific, unique items to make this work. This is not something I would recommend playing on a low budget. So when it comes to minion builds, we have two very specific builds I'll mention in this video. One is Triparian's life stacking summoner, and so how do you then go through deciding how to design your defense? Is not hitting your energy. That is going through your life pool is now redirected to your mana pool instead. There's a bunch of these nodes, for example, this one right here, Mana Blessing, gets you plus flat mana. There's a bunch, you might ask, you can look at a recoup node right here. What recoup is doing is that it takes 1% of the damage that you have received. You can hover over the item or operation to back again over the course of 8 seconds. But that is an 8-second window. So how do we then tackle this specific issue? Right now, in the current state of the game, at least for the Witch Ascendancy or the Infernalist that I've been playing, again, a very limited corner here on the market. I don't have experience enough with the other classes to tell you. But for the Witch, most commonly we're looking at actually going for block. And the block has a couple of very specific modifiers on it. We're going to go for the Aegis tree of the side of things, where we pick up White Barrier. Gives you increased chance of block. The small nodes does this as well. Many builds in the endgame actually uses jewels.
I mean, that's fine.
As well. There's another node here on the bottom side.
I think I understand most questions. For me, I'm still working on a couple different things. I think I need around 8 to 10k health minimum, just like to survive hits, right? So I don't necessarily know if I need questions answered. I'm looking at different things I could go, right? And I'm exploring the different options. I'm exploring if I drop Eldritch Battery and keep my energy shield, you know, do this. I'm also considering okay, so which hybrid is in this video? Okay.
It's called defensive reflexes.
It's like I already did most of this armor stuff. Like I was way over here. I explored a lot of the things regarding this.
It's very common that most of the builds now, for at least from the Infernalist, is actually oiling or using the anointment on their amulets to get flashy deflections, because it's cheap one. Greed deals greed. Comes with the delirium content to get even more defenses from block chance. There's a couple more here on the left-hand side. There's, for example, the Unstoppable Barrier. Playing a warrior build, for example, is using this as well in Vigilance. So there's a lot of these things, and block is extremely valuable in the current state of the game. It caps at 75%, and that's kind of like the baseline stuff that you'll be looking at for most initial endgame builds, such as Minion builds or MOM, life stacking. Doesn't really matter. All of them will kind of lean into going with whatever life they're doing or mana if they're doing the MOM Eldritch Battery, and they want to stack up block as much as possible. So how will you then be able to increase your survivability if you're going through the campaign? You start mapping. Obviously, you're going to look at your block chance. You're going to look at your resistances. Are they capped? If they're not, then you know what to look out for. Attribute-wise, you don't have to think about attributes. It is the most common question I see from people in the early stage of the game. Oh, what stats are you stacking? You can't stack stats. It is impossible. I'm at the point right now at level 91 where I can say I can grab some extra strength for some extra life. You have to take whatever stat you need to be able to equip your gear and use the gems that you want to use. You have no choice. You have to do that with your attributes.
Yeah, using your health as an overflow or like the prevent one-shot prevention can be done with a lot of our health. We can get to 5,400 health. Or I can get to it without struggling, and someone else with better gear can get to 6k or more.
So make sure that's covered. And then once that is covered, then you can go out of your way. So if you do a Might of Matter, Eldritch Battery, then you...
Well, he's doing armor stuff, yeah.
Intelligence, because it gives you mana. Or if you do life version, well, then you pick up some strength, for example. So that's the kind of way you need to think about the attributes in general. And then anything above or in the next step of progression, if you go from this low budget or the initial end game stage of the game, you want to look at what can you do next. If you're inexperienced with the game, and that might be the reason you're clicking onto this video to learn about these things, my recommendation, especially for PvE2, is to follow a build guide. Like, it's going to be much easier for you. And as you get more experience and learn the ropes of the game, then you can deviate and do your own things. But to have a better experience with the game, I would wholeheartedly recommend following a guide. So higher budget versions or the higher endgame content have a kind of a variety of different approaches. For example, to reference again Crypt's Lifestack in Infernalist Minion build or my MOM version of Minion build can do tier 14, tier 15, to some degree tier 16 maps. But both of those builds in that specific
Like,
reload.
this guy is saying like can do some 16s. I could do 16s like day one. I had issues with burning ground, and I had to avoid certain modifiers. But like, that's one of the things that's been hard for me to get like good data is I min-maxed the fuck out of armor and made it work better than a lot of like other people I've seen run armor and block. I did that.
I did very new player friendly.
So the energy shield stuff and where the breakpoints for like survivability and options there are what.
To avoid this, you have to go to a bit of more investment, and in some cases there's a roof or a ceiling that you hit, and now you have to look at other types of defenses to get past that stage. And right now, in the current state of the game at the time of this recording, that is, for the Infernalist at least, block and energy shield.
Actually, there's one thing I need to look at right here. So one thing I haven't considered, because this has low energy shield value on it inherently, I haven't looked at something like this in a while. I have had no reason to come into here and look at energy shield from equipped helmet. So I'm seeing him running it here, and I'm like, oh, that has not come up ever in any of my builds. Or this one here. Exactly. Oh, and the other thing is, I'm currently having to deal with stun recovery, and like I can use a stun charm, right? Sure, that helps, but not running energy shield straight has also meant that I can't benefit from a lot of the meta of using stun threshold.
The way that is done is utilizing the Grim Feast aura. What this does is that anytime enemies dies, there's a 50% chance that they drop a remnant or a Grim Feast shard or energy shield remnant. Anytime a reviving minion, like skeletons for example, or specters later, but the doggy.
And currently, Grim Feast is actually really strong for me when I run all these minions. In part because I can blow them up and make Grim Feast revenants on demand.
And skeletons, when they die, there's a 50% chance that they will spawn this energy shield remnant, which in my case, in this character, is generating 684 energy shield. So this is like a little blue-white fragment on the ground. You'll have to run over it, you'll get that energy shield. But most important, what Grim Feast allows you to do is overflow energy shield. Overflow is a new mechanic in PvE2 that allows you to double the amount it overflows. So right now, I'm sitting on 5,626 energy shield, but I can get twice that from overflowing.
So what he's describing here he's going from 2,000 health to with full Grim Feast stacks, he gets to 13k effective health, which
This is extremely effective.
currently I'm at with this item. I'm at 10,400, so he has a bit more. But then if you just factor in the 5,000 HP prevention from grasping wounds, I have like an extra 1,250. So my full health to dead is like 1040 plus 1250. So my 11 or sorry 10,400, 1040 something, right? Plus 1250. So my actual full health to dead is 11,650 compared to his 1,300 right now. And he has damage reduction. You're right, he has the damage reduction conversion from the doggo, which I don't have. Yeah, which is just better than grasping wounds. It's just better. So you're right, his actual is probably closer to maybe like another 5-6k on top of that. About 1,800. Yeah, so he's... Well, the transfer applies to, like, physical. Specifically. But I was saying, like, when I was running around, with not even resistance cap, when I had, like, 60 resists, and this build, so when I switched this neck to one that's actually, like, better, it felt really hard for me to die. And I was doing, like, sometimes 80% damage nodes on enemies. So I did feel like I was actually beyond where I needed to be on tank. That's a good place to be. That's a good position to be in. So
when you're clearing. However, Grim Feast and this is about energy shield focused approach.
Yeah,
Energy
yeah.
shield gear, due to the nature of
But, like,
popular...
the build you gave me, Colostio, that I like tweaked just a little bit, I don't think I was the tankiest person in the world, but as soon as I slapped on like a chest like this, it was just like, I am tanky enough. I did want to try out putting on some more magic find, so I got this amulet, and I wanted to try what I could do without this. I could get one of these with 10% more magic find for sure, right? Like I could just do that. I could also socket in magic find. And stick to a different neck. I'm like, there's other things I could do. So, what I was looking into when I was running that crazy, like, tree that I was looking at, wasn't me thinking about that. It's like, okay, I know I currently overflow my health by a certain margin above what I need it to be, right? So the recoup from these is 410 life, and I can keep Bonestorm's cost ludicrously low. I can keep Bonestorm's cost down to like 100 mana per second. If I really wanted to. Which means every 2 seconds, I'm getting 410. I gain about 200 health a second from Remnants, not including kills. So purely on a boss fight where I can't get more. Well, the bleed through bypasses energy shield and hits mana. Right? So it makes your effective energy shield stronger. Which is important, right? Because if I was using the Mind Over Matter stuff, or if I was using Eldritch Battery, The bleed through was making this last longer. And then it's a matter of, do I need Eldritch Battery? Do I need this? Do I need? There's just like a lot of things to look at. Without Eldritch Battery, what's my mana per second? It's only 117, right? Because I have the 50% recovery reduction. Which will mean... Invite my, please. I'm gonna go. I need to go finish that video though. But I'm gonna go back and watch that video. I'm not done with it. What are you trying to do, Nishana? You're just tired of me. Like, this is only 6%. Like, it's not necessarily even better. That's more pass through. Better it. Sure. I do want to see what Colossus was saying about
gear, equipment in general, and on the trade is also extremely expensive as a result of this. And right now the market is very wild. I don't know what's causing it, why it is the way it is, I'll be honest. It is nuts. So my recommendation in general is to follow or stick to a new player or beginner-friendly, new initial endgame, low-budget kind of build guide. Stick to that, generate or accumulate your wealth.
Yeah, it has 32% max life versus his 29. Yeah. I think this extra socket is going to do a little bit more because I can put an extra resist node in it. So when I figure out what I want to do in my life.
And go from there to then upgrade your character into this energy shield style. And that's kind of going to give you a much smoother experience moving forward as you progress in the early stages of Path of Exile 2. Obviously, this might change in a week, this might change in 2 weeks from now, as they're constantly making updates to the game, but as of the time of this recording, that is how you need to think about it. So a TLDR recap is essentially, as you progress through the campaign, make sure you don't neglect having life modifiers in gear. You might have an item that gives you extra damage to your gloves on attacks, for example, but if that item does not have a life modifier, and the item you're replacing has like 30-40 HP, you shouldn't replace that unless you know what you're doing. The life modifiers is so valuable as you...
I think for Delirium and stuff, I still need this. That's something I need to consider. So like for Delirium and Breaches, I do not feel... I wouldn't feel tanky enough with this, but for just like every other thing, I could just not have this and still be fine.
Progress. They're also extremely valuable.
And bosses. So this makes sense.
In the early stage of the game, or like I said before, mana modifiers if you're doing the mind over matter strategy. So don't neglect those things. But most importantly, as you get to the stage where like you're done with the campaign, you're doing maps in a TLDR fashion, make sure that your element...
And so he has this node, and probably this one up
mental
here.
resistances are capped. And once they are capped and you have life in your gear, Chaos Rest is not a bad thing to do. And that's basically the gist of the generic basic approach of surviving in Path of Exile 2 right now. Besides the all common, use your dodge roll.
You need to look at one thing over here in this video.
In the current meta to look at block chance and get that. Gear-wise, I do want to point out that you can use shields with a modifier that has increased chance to block chance, which allows you to scale even further.
I know this
from
about the
block chance
blocks.
modifiers that you get from the skill tree, for example. This is also extremely valuable. And items such as this cost very little currency. So if you look at this shield, for example, and say, well, I'm going to want to have a modifier with this. Let's say I want to have more life than that. Let's say I want to have 100 HP. And you want to have a little bit of cold rest on top of that. If I search for this, you'll see these items cost 1 Exalted. And as you drop quite a lot of Exalted Orbs nowadays in the current state, this is not like a very hard thing to get a hold of. This shield right here even has 23.
Exactly. I might do that in
this
Nishana.
triple rest shield with like a little bit of life, but you get a ton of block. It's 1 Exalted, and an item like this can literally save or make or break your entire early game progression feeling, as you will then be significantly tankier and more sustainable in your current character's own personal defenses moving forward in the early stage of mapping for 1 Exalted. So I would recommend utilizing the trade and thinking about those things. And again, I would recommend following a build guide to make sure that you know exactly how you do it. So I want to do a little bit of continue this little yapping rant that I'm on right now and talk about the pros and cons of certain things or the aspect of it. Essentially, we have life-based version we talked about. We talked about Eldritch Battery Mind Over Matter, which is also called a MOM build. There's also another thing called CI, which is referring to a keystone called Chaos Inoculation over here, which makes your life 1 experience with killable in tier 16 map. It's not something you can here should almost exclusively be there to cover 2 very major things. One is obviously just the actual life. You can go through the campaign and have a couple of good life items, which is down here somewhere. No, it's a block note here. It is on and that I play with myself. Have many life. Infernalist Ascendancy should almost exclusively be there to cover 2 very major things. One is obviously just the actual life. You can go through the campaign and have a couple of good life items that will carry you through the entire campaign, but if you don't have those, you're going to have a very miserable experience and die a lot. The other part is resistances. Now, in Theory 1, it's kind of important to get to the point where you're capping your resistance to get your hands. So, for example, the red ones I have here actually gives me really important to do if you have access to the Artificer's Orb to help navigate and guide your way through the resistance jungle to cap those without losing that life count. So, for example, the red ones I have here actually gives me is called a Soul Core of Takati that gives chaos resistance. I would completely ignore chaos res in the early stages because it is more expensive to buy those items. They are a bit rare to find. Just focus on capping your elemental res and get life in pieces. So what then happens is when you get to the low budget or early mapping stage of the game, now you're in a position where you might be doing the build yourself or following a build guide. And when you're following a build guide, it's very important that you make sure that that guide is designed to be for lower budget or initial endgame content. For example, the build I'm playing right now is negative lightning resistance, utilizing very, very specific unique items to make this work. This is not something I would recommend playing on a low budget. I also wouldn't recommend trying to do energy shield based focused builds because of how expensive those items are, and it can be very daunting to try to make that work in a comfortable way without you dying all the time. So when it comes to minion builds, we have 2 very specific builds I'll mention in this video. One is Creparian's life stacking summoner, and I also have a Titan warrior summoner, which is also a life stacking approach. And then the build that I have for the Infernalist, I believe we'll have a link to that in the descriptions below, is a mind over matter approach. So how do you then go through deciding how to design your defenses? The most common way of defenses is just go life. That's it. You have life, cap your resistances, you're done. Other ways of scaling defenses is using what's called MOM, or Mind Over Matter. This makes it so that all your damage that you take is bypassed, that is not hitting your energy shield, that is going through your life pool, is now redirected to your mana pool instead. All your damage. It also lowers your mana recovery. And this is commonly combined together with Eldritch Battery that converts all of your energy shield to mana. What this does is essentially making all sources of increased mana on gear as well as on the tree. There's a bunch of these nodes, for example, this one right here, Mana Blessing, gets you plus flat mana. There's a bunch of these nodes around that you can get to increase your mana regen if you decide to do a style like that, which my low budget Infernalist minion build is actually doing. However, all of these things comes down to 2 very specific parts of
These are really good.
layered defenses. One is
There's this node. He has this node. This node. That node. Okay. Damage is he actually building? He's building this one damage node. Building this damage node. This damage node. He's basically doing about 5 damage nodes.
recoup. And what is recoup, you might ask? Look at a recoup note right here. What recoup is doing is that it takes a % of the damage that you have received and then recovers or regenerates this over the course of 8 seconds. We can hover over the item or modifier that has this and hold generate it to the point where you get all of the damage you took back again. Over again, a very limited corner here on the market. I don't have experience enough with the other classes to tell you, but for the witch, most commonly we're looking at actually going for block.
What was that? Oh, Nishkana?
And the block has a couple of very specific modifiers on the tree. We're going to go for the Aegis tree, the side of things, where we pick up White Barrier, gives you increased chance of block. The small nodes does this as well. Many builds in the endgame actually uses jewels to increase block chance as well. There's another node here on the bottom side or left side of the tree that is called defensive reflexes. It's very common that most of the builds now, for at least from the Infernalist, is actually oiling or using the
This is actually a really good node. I know how this might not lightning resisting nodes. I watched the video on that.
anointment on your amulets to get flashy deflections because it's a cheap one. Greed deal left hand side is, for example,
I'm not saying that I would use it. This is worth like 3 nodes of damage total. So currently it's worth 2 because I'm not filling it out, right? Want to see something. But currently I have no increases to energy shield, right? So if I were to do what I was doing, Okay.
Well, the Unstoppable Barrier, playing a warrior build, for example, is using this as well in Vigilance.
Yeah. So, without any conversion, or I'll just better this, 1,000. So this effectively doubles my energy shield. Right? So, that's why this is actually worth about CI. Eldritch Battery. Yeah. That's noticeable. That little percentage is actually way more noticeable when you have... Oh, you actually have a roll that's corrupted above. That's what this is. Okay. That makes more sense. I could have 1,100, and instead I have a 962. Yeah, that's actually really nice for that extra little bit. What's up, Philip? I grabbed Apocalypse, right? And it was the wrong item. Honestly, I think you're right about Eldritch Battery. I think I can make my mana sustainable without it. I was already unallocating mana. And if I did that, I could get a ton. So if I allocated more mana to make up for it, I'd be fine.
Yes.
If I did this, and then I put points back in some of these. This. Yeah, this is just God Tank. And then I just give up a little bit more mana regen and probably am fine. Like, I didn't need this at all, but now I might. I think if I didn't have as many points to spend on mana regen, Eldritch Battery would make sense. For sure. Yeah, this gives mana regen though as well. And this reduces maximum mana. These are pretty strong. Right, this is 65% more energy shield. But between this and this, I'm at 100%. Over 100%, I think. And if I take this, I will have mana issues. Which I can solve, right? So I could take this. But, like, right now, I don't have to worry. Like, my mana issues are less of a problem now. I'm gonna take this again. I'm pretty sure I have to. Like, right now, my mana doesn't move while holding Bonestorm, right? So, I need this 60%, or I need something else. Which is fine. Yeah, no, this is insane. I'm super tanky. I like this. I was worried I wouldn't be able to sustain mana. That was my issue. But also, because I have this much recoup, after I take 4k, do I even need Mind Over Matter? Probably, yeah, because that's still... That's gonna only... Mind Over Matter at this point would only be at 1500, right? But, it, like... That's the thing. I'm giving up... Yeah, I'll have 4k, right? But now I don't have Mind Over Matter. And Mind Over Matter was like an extra... Or Eldritch Battery here. I could have this amount, or... I cut that in half and I add 1,000 mana. And I think the mana was actually better. Because of the thing. So this number was bigger. Yeah. I could take Mind Over Matter out. And if I do that, then I take off a bunch of, like, mana recovery stuff and whatever else. Yeah, I can do stuff with EOS. And in that case, I'd want to refocus this entire thing. But when Calastia helped me build this, it was because it was cheap, right? Or cheaper than some of the other options, and I think that's true. Also, I need to get going. People are awake, and Christmas, and rain, and presents and stuff, so I gotta go. I was mostly just looking at this for theory today. Like, I wasn't trying to make a change. I'm gonna continue farming in what I was doing. Maybe. If I don't go Mom, I'm gonna want mana. I'm gonna want energy shield, faster recharge start. I'm gonna want other things. Because the thing about this build is I can get smacked and still, like, I can keep getting hit. But I don't have a shield to deal with trickle damage. This build that Calastia put together is incredibly good for dealing with trickle damage with this little bit of shield to protect against getting one-shot. I was trying to think. So, I've kind of looked at it. I kind of looked at the options. I think Calastia is still right. I'm going to have this on my mind for a couple days about getting 68% damage conversion to mana. I think it would need to be over 80 to 90% damage to mana in order for it to be effective, and I don't think there's any items that do that, any additional version of that. So if there's some way I don't know about to get an extra 20 mana before damage, and I'm doing it not now but later, this would be interesting, because we could have 10% of the damage penetrating our mana and hitting health and being fine. 20% is not as good. And we don't want to use health recoup at all, I don't think. If we're using health recoup, we're not using Blood Mage to its best potential. It's something that another class could do, but not Blood Mage. So, thank you all for, checking in and, staying with me while I Theorycraft. I've been in kind of a grumpy mood because I slept 3 hours last night. And I just... Well, Calastia, are you saying just use the regen for energy shield? I do like the idea of having life regen just regen energy shield, though. That's pretty hilarious. Alright, I gotta go. Yeah, regen for ES. I'll think about that, Calastia, next. That's gonna be something I do after, Holiday Madness. I gotta go open presents. Okay, bye. Thank you so much once again, Calastia, by the way, and thank you, Nishana, for all your input.